Okay. 73% of the map, 54% of items. Last time we started out, I think 40% of items, 56% of the map, so definite progress. That's my cue to dip. Okay, Arrow, take care. I'm glad I got to hang out and say hi for a bit. Avoid those spoilers, and we'll see you around. So definitely some map progress, some item progress. We beat Uku. I don't know how to say it. The wasp, though, last time was very tricky. Finally got through that fight. We went through a bunch of Eden. We went and backtracked through a bunch of parts of the map. I think the first thing I want to start with today is this marker number 2 in Z, because we have new abilities with our drone that we can, I think, do that area much easier now. We tried it a bunch of times with our old items, and now I just think it's going to be a breeze, so I look forward to that. But first, we are not over there. We are in Absu. We also got the address bomb, so we were going back through parts of the map that had all of the squares, because now we can bomb through them. I think... How do we get to Z? We just want to go over to the bottom right-hand part of the map. Or we can go up and fast travel as well, I think. I'm not really sure what's faster. Let's just go... Let's go to the left. We can glitch through so much stuff now. I've been using the trench coats abilities a bit more because they give us sort of a little bit of a dash. They almost give you a double jump sometimes when you really need it. And we've been using the heck out of the Kilver for pretty much everything. Oop. These barely hurt us now. Still worth watching out for. And I gotta keep my eyes peeled for items and stuff. What do we think is down here? Do we think there's something below us to the left? Do we think this is a secret? I don't know. We can go this way now. But I think this is... I'm curious. Let's investigate. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Huh. Okay. I feel like there should be something above us. Do you break through any of these blocks? No? Alright, let's keep going. There's gonna be a lot of that today where I'm investigating secrets and they may or may not be fruitful. But that's part of the fun. Investigate everything. Stay curious. Those only take 2 hits with this now. If I can aim properly. Any secrets in here? No. That looks like something up there, right? Oops. Maybe? Oh, not if I can't. Nope. I want to know if there's a way to get to this corner. Not like that. We're looking for the door in Scooby-Doo that looks like it animates rather than is part of the background. Is that a thing? Shallow, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh, I can probably do this, huh? Oops. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to use some of these controls. Okay, well, this isn't actually a secret. Or if it was, we got it already. I don't think it was. Okay. Do we need to stop at this egg? Oh. The helicopter enemies. Actually, I don't even think we need to go up there. No, let's just keep going. That looks suspicious. The game's good so far. We've only just begun for the day, figuring out what our plans are of where we want to explore. Now that we have the drone teleport, we're gonna go back to that one area I was struggling with. Nope, not the button I wanted. Is there more stuff over here? The game has a documentary. I think some people were talking about that. Especially because of how impressive it is that one person made it. I won't be watching anything like that until after we finish. But I'd be interested. Alright. My strategy here is not great. Oh, this is new. This hallway we never came back to. Oh. I didn't even realize that. Did we just abandon it because of all the zombies? We probably died. But look at all the symbols on the walls here. This looks like there should be either an item or an upgrade or something. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Doesn't have any spoilers. Nice. I'm still not gonna watch it till after I finish the game, but I'm definitely interested. Oh, cool. Power up. Ooh, come on. Cabbage, hi. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Okay, I think that's all that there is here. Dang, we have to... shallow. Not cool. Don't just say something like that and go, kidding. I'll watch it when I want to. Calm down. Cabbage, how's your week going? What are you getting into? Yeah, those are the channel rules. Those are my boundaries. You know, everybody has the right to set them for their own channel. Ta. Oh, I should have got that other bubble. Okay, we'll get it next time around. There we go. I'm sure there's a quicker way to do this now with just the grapple or jumping. There we go. Let's go to the egg. Week has been busy. Looking forward to relaxing this weekend. Nice. Any fun weekend plans? Week has been good. I was talking about yesterday was a busy day for me too, and I got a bunch of stuff done. But yeah, it'll be nice to just chill, sit back, do nothing when I get the chance. Yes, thank you. Egg. Must appreciate the egg every time we see it. Anywhere else we want to go? Not at the moment. I don't come out of Blurk for just anything, but I must say, egg. Perfect. Going to a small dinner with friends? Nice! That'll be really good. Oh, hang on one second. There we go. This is taking us back to Z, which these are all areas we've been in before, but maybe we'll see something new since we have all these new abilities. Hey CG, welcome in. It's good to see you. Happy Wednesday. I feel like that's the perfect emote for that cabbage. Okay, egg. Hi Leon, welcome. It's good to see your chat face. How are you doing? Ooh, we're getting pollen rained on us. Why am I in this corner? I don't even need to be here. Eggs are healthy after all, good for your health both in the game and IRL. Nice. Thank you for thanking the mods, Chai. Appreciate it. Mods are wonderful. Okay, almost there. A lot of just, we probably should have used the fast travel room. I'm gonna remember this, because I saw the map and thought, oh, it's way faster to just go, the slow way. But I think fast travel is always gonna be the move now that we have unlocked it. And, Phil, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Ooh, I forgot. Whatever. The steam vent's always kicking my butt. Every time. We'll just tank through them, it's fine. God. At least this is far enough to reach that enemy from below on the little platform now. Sure. Egg. Just washed my dog. He wrought havoc on the carpet afterwards. Oh no. Oh man. I bet that's a relief to have a clean, fresh smelling dog though. Glad to find you again. Found you when you played Super Metroid but forgot to follow. Oh, no worries. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Doing another Metroidvania. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. The eggs in this game are great. Chert in Outer Wilds is still best egg. Yes. Is there any? Yeah, there's a couple things in this section of the map that we're going back to. Cool. Good. Okay. Excellent. Likes to dry himself on the carpet. Oh no. I feel like I shouldn't even say it, but thankfully I have not had to bathe my cats ever. And I just can only imagine the chaos, the suffering. Oh goodness. Cats tend to be self-cleaning. It's wonderful. Oops. Come here, come here. Come here. Nice. You need armor to wash cats? Yeah. I think some, like, it just depends on the cat. I'm sure some of them have done it when they were a kitten. Like, their owners got them used to it. Or they just like water more than other cats. Not mine. Alright, let's go. This area seems suspicious. Come on, Jen. There we go. And insurance, yeah, exactly. And gloves. Need armor just to calm your cat, yeah. Water-loving cats are funny to watch. I know. So I don't have a good setup to take baths in this house, like with this bathroom. And also, I'm not a huge bath person, but I went through a phase where I was like trying out bath bombs and all of that product stuff. And I took a bath a couple of times, and BB will come up to the side and be like, "What's this? What's this water? What is it?" And she's interested, but then of course she would never dare get too close to jump in or anything. But she's definitely curious. The floofy YouTube cat's chilling in the sink with a faucet running. What is that? All right, cool. Here we are. This is the spot. Look at this. All we have to do is that now. We have a teleport. And we don't have to worry about any of that puzzle from before. I'm sure, so now that we're back here, right? I'm sure whatever it is that's at the end of this is well worth it if you get it early, but we were not able to get it early, so we're coming back. Shamefully. God, we did this room so many times as a little drone. Oh, except here we're too tall for these steam vents. Whatever. Oh, but we need to... I feel like we're gonna be able to kill this enemy from far away. Can we turn it into something else? Can we glitch it? Yeah. And then this. Oh, it's too short now. Does this make a wider range? Yeah. Easy. Too many tools at our disposal. Roxanne, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. But government parade coming through. Hi, raiders. Welcome. How was your stream? What were you playing? Kels, how's it going? Hi, friends. I'm Jen the Human. I play Metroidvanias. I do crafts. We're doing a tie-dye stream. What else can I tell you about the channel? A lot's been going on lately. How's Breath of the Wild? Lot, welcome. Thanks for the shout out, Maggie. Appreciate it. Gotta go for an appointment now. Hopefully come back later. Sounds good, Chai. Good luck with your appointment. Stream was fun. First time in a few months. Feels good to be back. Nice. All right. I see Nico emotes. Feel like it's a new camera since I was here last too. Looks so good. Oh, thank you. Hey, Arcade Donor. Welcome, friends. And if you're not following Roxanne, go head over and give a follow. Send some human kindness. Show some support. Yeah, the camera, I think I've adjusted a lot of things with the stream setup in the past, gosh, maybe even 6 months, so it's been some good changes. What are you working on in Breath of the Wild? Oh, I don't think I can reach from here. That's fine. I want to take care of this so it doesn't come attack us. Oh, now we have to use our drone. But we can teleport right away. And then... Oh, whoops. No, we gotta do this again. We were bingoing. Cool. Well, thank you again for the raid. If you gotta chill and eat and decompress, I totally understand. We are working on Axiom Verge. This is day 4. I'm really big into Metroidvanias, and this one has had a lot of cool, unusual new things I've never seen in a Metroidvania before. Did a little bingo, get back into it. I'm gonna get back into speedrunning. Nice. Nice. Gosh, Breath of the Wild speedrunning is so fun to watch. So many game-breaking tricks and things. Oops. The wrong item equipped. Seemed like that had more health than it should have. Okay, I think the next area is zombies, maybe. I'll be taking care of my headache. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you. I'm sorry you're having a headache. I hope it goes away quickly. And we'll see you around. Take care. Okay. Also, hang on 1 second. This one's so cute. I was like, this is your emote, right? I love that. The little pink space buns, the crown, the heart. For some reason, the game wouldn't let me tab out just to look at it. Have fun, need to sleep, but nice to get to know you. We'll drop by later. Thank you for the follow, Lot. We will see you around. Have a good sleep. Take care. Oh, I remember this room. Yeah. We had to trick all of these to roll down below us. But then I think there's just a door right here. Yeah. We got past that before. And now we can go this way. Skipping all the zombies. Oh, this looks like a secret? No? I just don't think we can get to it from here. So many secrets! I don't think maybe there's nothing over there. That was just the shortcut to get down through this room. Oh, also that might have been one too. Wait, no, there's another room up there. There's a midway point here. Is it an egg? That'd be, oops, so helpful. If I could do this properly. Oh, this is too thick here to warp through? Yeah. No. Not an egg. Just some zombies and a note. Oh, it's in English. We can read something for once. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy sleeping dog. What, pray tell, is a fox? English thought long ago succumbed to evolution's merciless twisting lever seems to be with us once again. Queen Elizabeth I has bestowed upon us a new dream. Come into my arms, we have much to learn. What? What kind of cryptic nonsense? It's in English, but it doesn't feel very helpful. Anything we can do in here? I don't know. The game is speaking in code. What is a fox indeed? Yeah. It totally made sense. There are weird secrets in this room? I don't know. Oops. What am I doing? Just shoot the dang thing. I think we made it to this room before, but we just didn't get all the way through. Okay, what's it gonna be? Orange? Bifurcating energy bolts. Ooh! It's pretty. Is this our new favorite weapon? I like this scanning ability, especially compared to Super Metroid. This thing is so fun. You glitch the whole world. Just drill into the lava. Alright. Do we think the gauntlet was worth all that just for this weapon? I don't know, we'll find out. But the thing is, it wasn't hard to get to once we had the drone teleport. So I think if we had had it earlier, it probably would have made the wasp fight a lot easier. But we didn't, so. It seems good so far. Google's bifurcating. Yeah, let us know what you find. I don't think I know what that means either, to be honest. I just went along with it. It looks like I should be able to go through the ceiling there, but I cannot. It's like if you have a whole bunch of things on one side of a room, this is gonna be very helpful. Divide into 2 branches or forks. Oh, nice, easy. Oh, okay, we're just gonna continue to bonk our head and fall into the lava. Bees, how's it going? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Alright, well, I still prefer this, but not for long range, obviously. We've got something new for long range. Oh shit. No! Oh, I just released a bomb on accident? That was so much panic. But we survived. Bifurcation. Yeah, exactly. Makes sense. Do we want to use it here? No. Because it goes right over. Learned something new today. We're an educational stream here. It's far more difficult to get out of this area than it was to get in. Oops. Rip. Okay, now I can remove my marker. Oh. Wait. How do I just remove it in general? You can't just remove it, you have to set a new one to remove it? Okay, well, we don't need a new one yet. We're a human stream and humans learn. This is true. Just got back from a mental health appointment. Have I missed anything? Fenris, welcome in. How's it going? Oops. You missed us getting a new weapon. And that's it. We've just been, we started out in Absu and we're going back to, we made our way all the way back to Z. There's some more chunks of the map in here that I need to revisit. And that's pretty much it so far. We had a nice chat before stream. I got to show off some of my tie-dye stuff that you'll be seeing on Sunday. And we had a little bit of a mental health chat as well. So now you're all caught up. Miss some sweet, sweet bifurcation? Yeah. This is true. We learned what bifurcation means. Yes, exactly. We got the Verge. I don't know if I'm saying it right. And I guess none of these are new weapons. They're all abilities that my biomechanoid gun can do. I forget what's over here, so we're gonna head back. We're so pro at platforming. Okay. That was pretty good. Nope. Nice. Shortcuts. The splitter beam rems with orange. Vorange. Cool. Yeah, it's very interesting so far. Oh, this room. I keep thinking I need to come back here, and I really don't. I just want this map square. But we don't have a way to get it yet. There's nothing to grapple on. Sad. Don't let me forget to... Oh, that didn't do anything, right? Because that's already been activated. I like this method better. Okay. Onward. Seems reasonable. Gracefully falling. What is it that I'm going towards? The right-hand side here. Dilly, how's it going? Thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. Oh, these hurt a bit more. Okay, we can't just frolic through this area. These things are a bit more painful. Now, do we want to try... Oops, wait. Using this a little bit more? I feel like this is the kind of weapon you use when there's those fireflies or like a big group of enemies far away. But for just one enemy far away, it doesn't really do it. Thanks for using the tie-dye command. We are doing some crafts on stream on Sunday. Looking forward to it. And wrapping up our sub-goal as well, hopefully. Is this section new? We're almost to a new spot, so let's save. Egg. I don't know that this room is new, but I'm guessing we probably died in here. Oh. And it looks like it connects to an area we've been in before. We just didn't take the long way around, so we didn't finish all the squares on the map. Okay, that was easy. Here, more health that we don't need immediately, but that's okay. So now what? We want to go down to that, like, purpley blue room? Is that where we met Ophelia? I can't remember. And there's some more squares down there, so let's go get some squares. It seems like we can keep going down here, but we don't know why yet. Oh, because we can probably come back up from the other side of the blue room. That would be my guess. Let's find out. The membrane parts, and lo, a foreign body enters the rift. Trace, that is Veruska. Thanks to you, the repair drones have revived her. I'm glad to see you're okay, so what is it you do here? I am but a humble predator, like yourself. We have much in common. Predator? Maybe you can explain that bit? I speak of the exposed, trembling viscera of a riven red. The succulent organelles of life excised, masticated, and ultimately... Veruska is dreamer, special kind of Rusalka for making mind worlds. We all make mind worlds, my dear, just not everybody admits to it. Anyway, some time ago, I stole one of Athetos' devices, but I could not make it work. You can find it in the back. Sounds good, and nice meeting you. Okay, we can get up there now because we have all the things. Nice meeting you. Can we go up here? No? Seems ominous. What is that? I don't know. I don't trust anything. What's over here? Okay, this seems important. At that introduction, I don't blame Trace for not sassing this one. Yeah, hi, I'm a predator. Okay, well, it's nice to meet you. Hi. Riven, adjective, split apart, divided into pieces or fractions. Today I learned. Nice. Thanks for the info. We've been talking about Ribbon because of Mist, but I don't think I've looked it up in a minute. Passcode Tool. Manipulate reality with encoded strings. Use menu. Eh? Can we use it for these now? Oh, what? What? These don't have stuff like that on them. Okay. Okay. There's gonna be some writing down of passcodes now. Is there anything else in here? Weird. We still didn't get to that one section of map that I thought we were gonna get to. Is this gonna have our first passcode on it? Sudran translation. I've done my best to enable rudimentary translation between Sudran and English. That is the modern Sudran script, not the programming language. The command is reveal Sudran. Oh. I've tried it with success on most of the modern Sudran communications as well as some of the older Sudran texts. Much thanks to the Gertab variant for his assistance. Okay, let's try it, right? They give you two things with a dash in between them. Are we gonna have to write down a lot of stuff now? Sudran. Did it work? No. Maybe not on that stuff, maybe... I don't know. I'll keep it for now. Weird. Doesn't that look like you should be able to put a little drone up there in that alcove? I don't know. Everything's a mystery. Wild mechanic? Yeah, was not expecting that. What in the world? I feel like I should be able to go up here. No. Ooh. Well, I was able to go up here, but it didn't help like I thought it would. Maybe straight up here? There's definitely something... There's a square between us and that. Oh, you don't have more instructions for me? Okay. Okay. Now what? Is this something that's gonna appear in the overworld somewhere at some point? Do I need to like deactivate and reactivate it? Oh, these ones are... Wait, was this before? To the people of Sudra, it has come to pass that both High Priestess and Nin Aruna have died of plague, as have many more of the priesthood and nobility. Sudra as a kingdom is no more. Look for us in prisons below Council Rock, where the Kuliltu are awakening the old machines. May the gods guide us until distant days. Oraka. My dearest Oraka has become ill. No matter what I dream for her, she remains listless. Please, she is harmless. Move her to a larger chamber, give her room to stretch, or if you really wish for her to die, let me kill her properly. Ooh. Oh, Tafu, how's it going? Welcome in. We're definitely getting some lore. I don't understand yet why some of these are translated and some of them are not, but I maybe haven't been paying close enough attention to the differences between the notes. Eshinima. I don't know how to say that. You barely understand the technology that surrounds you, yet claim to protect it. It will crush us all once it fails. At least grant us access to your rebirth chambers. Do that, and I will consider being less bitter over what came before. Does it show what language they're in, or is it just gibberish until it gets translated? This is what it looks like untranslated, so that's all I know so far. But now I can't I can compare. I can deactivate and reactivate, so we can take a look at what this, like, some of them look like beforehand. Let's do that. So there's a distinct... Okay. I was not really paying attention to the different symbols in the different texts. But this one you can see is Sudren. The characters look different than these. I don't know what this is. Cool. I don't know how much that helps us still, but it's interesting. It said not the programming language. Modern script, not the programming language. All right. I guess I'm wondering why we're finding notes of printed out programming language, but who knows? Could be any number of reasons. Or that might not be it. It still might be another language too. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is we have a translator for a couple of notes and not others. Okay. So now let's look at the map. There's supposedly a room right below us that I can't figure out how to get to yet. But I feel like we need to fast travel back to what is it called? E-Kur-Mah, and see if we can go up and up and up, because that's what they wanted us to do before, but we couldn't continue. But we have some new tools now, maybe? That's all I've got to go on for now. And we've, like, the latter part of last stream, I feel like we spent a lot of time kind of walking around, backtracking, trying to find corners of the map, so I don't really want to go to every unexplored corner. Like, I feel like we've done a lot of that. So let's just go up, because that should take us to fast travel. And see what happens. I'm very upset about this part of the map that we're supposedly standing above right now. Start trying to warp through the floor. Oh, hello. You know what? Get out of here. Why is that making such a weird noise? I guess all of the walls here do. Much thanks to Gertab variant Scorpion Boss. New words, apparently. I don't know. Something here is either drillable or transparent. Why are there so many rooms like this? It's good. Just fall all the way to the bottom. But it would have to be on the left side, right? No, not necessarily. Oh, Jen. I can't. What if we do this? Oh, no. I'm trying to get to a spot where I can drill the top of that section, but no. Okay, what if it's... Okay, nope, 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 nope. Come on! Ooh. Just like a single square somewhere that we can crawl through? Maybe? Here? I feel like we tried that already at some point. Here? No? Dang. Oh, interesting. Sometimes you pop the bubbles and they give you a power-up. That's good to know. I don't think I had made that connection yet. I've just been getting a lot of random bomb power-ups. Oh, there it is. Yes. One single square, and it's not drillable. It's just the right size for a drone to go through. Yay! Satisfaction. Egg time. Oh, we're at full health. I just get annoyed when we die on accident and I don't use the eggs and we go way too far back, so we're just gonna keep using them. It's the rules. Got stuck at the exact part of the game nearly 5 years ago. Oh my gosh. That room. The way that you know that there's something there, but you're like, I don't know how to get it yet. The struggle is real. I don't think we want to go this way. The Kilver's too good. You can get everybody through the walls. Oh, nice. Oh, this was hidden for so long. Oh. We can't go up that way. But we got that item finally. I didn't even realize. Dang, that was an accident that we got that. We shouldn't have gotten that. Picking up upgrades. So now we gotta go down and to the left. That means that one room that I gave up on, we gotta keep trying. It's something with, it's gotta be something with the drone. Or an item we don't have yet, I guess. Happy accidents, yes, exactly. We love a good happy accident. Ooh, these do a lot of damage. More than you would think. Oh, that was cool. Looked like I was standing on top of the steam for a second. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. No! Oh, wrong button. Egg. We're almost to the fast travel room. There we go. What was in here? Are we gonna get locked out? No. I don't know. Let's go. Let's go. Back to Indy. And now we're going to this blue one, right? Yeah, E-Kur-Mah. I wish you could make the map cursor like it went more than just left and right to scroll through all these areas, but that would be asking a lot. Okay. We just gotta go one over to the left and then go up. The traveling head. Nope. Oh, I feel like we were just here. We were just here swimming in this water not that long ago. All right, let's go save at this egg. Enjoy the E-Kur-Mah music. We're gonna be bopping. I believe this is the area where it's... Nope, I had it completely wrong. Oh, I think it's faster to go up on the right-hand side and not go up that left-hand side, like, long channel. But I'm not sure. Oh. Oh, I remember you. There's nothing in here? Okay. Oh, you. Oh, they gave us this for you? I wonder if this is good against you. That's okay. Oh, we haven't been in here yet. Trace, please. God. There we go. Ooh, what is that? Do not trust. These just spit out upgrades? I don't know that I trust you. Okay. They just explode? Do I have to get to you first? No, maybe just that one had something fun in it. Weird. Are we gonna be able to read this? The breach. Our best conjecture thus far is that it is a forced relinking of the lattice's underlying adjacent universes. The breach attractor, then, has some capacity to shift the points at which the lattices link. The region beyond, the breach remains intact, as when the breach recedes, the atmosphere and surrounding ocean don't encounter a vacuum in its absence, though there is a strong disturbance in the currents once the two sides meet again. Outside of a breach elevator, passing through the breach can be fatal. The Sudrins used this as a makeshift shield to keep out intruders, or, as in our case, to keep something else trapped in. Based on their writings, it seems the Sudrins have long ago lost a scientific understanding of what the breach truly is, perceiving it as an intense meteorological phenomena rather than a divider between worlds. A7 hypothesized that the breach itself is invisible, and that the effect we see in the sky is in fact a protective field of microscopic elements covering the frayed ends. I'm gonna read that several times throughout the course of this, I think. Super hidden power-up? Oh, nice, we got a super hidden power-up. Let's go. Praise the disruptor. That's so interesting. Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to jump up there. So... I don't think there's anything else in here. It's a divider between worlds. It's so I too think about the nature of the breach often, doesn't everyone? It's blowing my mind. I want to take care of these because if I don't, they'll chase me all around and it'll be a bad time. I think we're just trying to go up and up. I don't know that we need anything else from this room. Oh, hi. I forget what this does to you. Oh, it just slows you down. Oops. Did we do this one? Yeah, we did. We went through that door. Okay. I feel like there's probably a power-up in that room. I don't know. We're gonna keep going for now. We are on a mission. I think some of the power-ups we're just gonna do a nice scavenger hunt at the end of the game and come back for them. Your username is fitting for this world? Is it pulled from this game, Athetos? Or it's just it references something that would make sense in this world? It's a streamer whose full name is Benjamin Theodosia Humanity. Hi Bren, welcome in. How are you? I like this full name. Oh, interesting. I can uncover those enemies before they... Oh, and they're heavier now? Hmm. Llama, hi, welcome. Good to see you. You're good? I'm glad. Heck yes. Oops, Oh, that's right. I forgot about turning those into missing no. How could I forget? It's like a key part of the game. Okay. We're getting back to a place that we had previously left behind. Let's see if our new upgrades will help us here. I don't know yet. I'm thinking the stuff with our drone is what's gonna help us here. But we shall see. Hello. Hello, can I launch this thing on top of you? Oh, tragic. Okay, well maybe we'll try to find a square too. Oh, wait. Did we try, this? No, we didn't have that yet. Okay, cool. Oh, cute. Health node! Thanks for the health. Secret get. Oh, and look, we can do this, right? Let me in. Oh. Is this not... Are you tired of hearing that noise yet? Wait, but we can do this. Oh, I see. No, but those light blue squares aren't down here. It looks like there should be just enough space for us to go through. I'm just that bad with the trench coat. Don't mind me just spamming the button. Feels like we should be able to go in there. But I don't know that there was anything in there. Come here. It knows. Oops, that's not what I wanted to press. I was gonna try to go on a diagonal. Why am I so bad with aiming this thing? Also, I feel bad, like, just shooting at this head. The egg is so wonky. Nope. Oh, I wanted to go straight up there. This is like Celeste all over again when you're like, no, I meant to diagonal dash. Oh, we did try grapple on this thing, right? Yeah. So I don't even think we'll be able to get the egg to land on it, even if I could aim it properly. No, but it's solid when I hit the, Oh, this is so interesting. That was better. That was weird. It was like suspended midair, so maybe we can't do this. Why do I think this is the solution? Because they told us to go up here. Diagonal dash, I know, llama. Huh? Oh, that was closer. Maybe. I think that's what we're supposed to do. Come here. Oops. Oh, that made a weird noise. The diagonal dash was impossible on my old Xbox 360 controller. The D-pad on that thing is not ideal. Bren! Thank you for gifting a sub to Sykes. Sykes, welcome back to the human race, courtesy of Bren. Thank you for 30 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Enjoy your Earth Badger emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Sniped! Thank you, Bren. Seems to be a flat wall collision rather than normal floor collision. Sykes, happy Wednesday. It's good to see you. Oh, that looks like... Are these platforms over here? How tall are we? Are we 3 squares tall? Okay, well... Jen very much likes double tapping the... the D-pad, and it's not going in our favor. So many of these surfaces look like we should be able to go through them, and we can't. What is this thing? What about, like, we can't use any of these fancy weapons on it, right? Sorry. I know, at least the music here is a bop. Someone playing on keyboard, I've only diagonal dashed by accident. Oh. I can't imagine this on keyboard, but I'm sure it's the way to go for some. Man. Holly, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. Alright, I don't know. We got our secret. There's nothing in this room directly above us, so yeah. Keyboard is optimal. We've talked about this though. It's whatever you prefer is optimal. Holly, are you still on your little bit of vacation? I hope you're having a good time. It's always good to see you hanging around. Comfort is best, yeah. Nice, I'm glad. I hope it's relaxing and rejuvenating. Okay, I'm gonna pause on this room for now. I don't see anything else we can get to. Even if we were able to make that work, it's not the answer. We should have just come here sooner, right? Is this something we need the bomb for? Ooh, there we go. Finally. Oh, I'm so bad with this dang thing though. And actually, you can break out of it midair? How did I do that? Oh, finally! That's so important! Oh my god, I was like, why are we always dropping inside of this little drone egg? Good. The secret tech. No, not cheating. We needed that tech for everything. Ooh, but this is now blocked with something that I don't understand. What is that symbol? Do we have something with that symbol? Oh, there was another item earlier that I wanted to be able to break out of our egg and we weren't able to. So now I'm gonna go have to find that again. It looks like the field disruptor. Isn't that just our double jump though? Yeah. It's got these kind of sideways hashes on it. Eeps, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. This is all very, yeah, very groovy. This game is cool. Groovy indeed. Is there something we can drill? Maybe we just throw a bomb at it? No, that didn't do anything. I feel like all of these blocks have different symbols on them. Didn't we get like a clue for what to do here? Maybe not. I'm gonna skim through this. It calls itself Zeter. Oh, my audio cut out for a second. We're good, we're good. Sound is deafening. No, that doesn't help us. What does the storm say again? You barely understand the technology. Grant us access to the rebirth chamber. All algorithms are universal and valid. Cognition is a sub-algorithm. Any algorithm giving rise to cognitive entities will be perceived as reality. Cool, cool, cool. It's become ill. No matter what I dream for her, she remains listless. She's harmless. Please move her to a larger chamber. Give her room to stretch. Or if you really wish for her to die, let me kill her properly. It's come to pass that the High Priestess, they've died of the plague. Look for us in the prisons below Council Rock. I don't know what that one means. The breach. Our best conjecture thus far is that it is a forced relinking of the lattices underlying adjacent universes. The breach attractor has some capacity to shift the points at which the lattices link. The region beyond the breach remains intact, as when the breach recedes, the atmosphere and surrounding ocean don't encounter a vacuum in its absence, though there is a strong disturbance in the currents once the two sides meet again. Outside of a breach elevator, passing through the breach can be fatal. The Sojourns use this as a makeshift shield. Based on their writings, it seems the Sojourns have long ago lost a scientific understanding of what the breach truly is, perceiving it as an intense meteorological phenomena rather than a divider between worlds. A7 hypothesized that the breach itself is invisible and that the effect we see in the sky is a protective field. That doesn't help me get through this. Is this a thing that we don't have yet? Because the disruptor's not doing anything to it. It's not making a noise like it should be a disruptor thing. What about you? No? We have yet to see an instance where some weapons do more than others. Or some weapons do something that others don't. You know what I mean? Multi-disruptor. We tried... We're gonna try the shards. I think I already did. Oh, reflector. I forgot about the reflector. We got this last time. These just bounce around and have a good time. Lightning gun. Zap, zap, zap. Alright. I don't know. That's disappointing. Any of these over here? Is this an entrance? No. Maybe we have to go up from the other side? No. This is disappointing. What are we missing then? Looking for little holes in the wall. Alright. Let's come back to this, I guess. I wonder if any of these are drillable. And go back over here? Maybe it was something... Maybe now that I know that this works? I still don't think that's what we're supposed to be doing. I love that we can turn back into Trace midair now. That's like our only vertical option that we have. Ooh. Oh, but you can't grapple. Well, maybe we can. height. Is this helpful? I don't think so. Ooh! Oh! Oh god. I don't think this is how we're supposed to do this. Oh man. Okay, we got the series of buttons one time. Can we do it again? See, I'm pressing B too soon. We gotta do this. Oops. Can we just reach that from here? Oh, we can if I glitch. Okay. I don't need to use the drone to get to that point. But I gotta be lined up better. Now I need to... Oops, I pressed what I thought was the drone button. I don't understand... whatever. Come on. There we go. Shit. Maximum dash grapple drone shenanigans. That's a lot of descriptors. I'm pressing the drone button, but I'm hitting the grapple button at the same time. I promise I know the difference between the two of them, but why do they have to be next to each other like that? Oh god. Okay, maybe we can just reach that from here? No, not quite enough height. But if we can get it the other way, then we can make this happen. Oh no, that was so wrong. Why can you just... Oh god. Why can you not just let me use the buttons I want to use? Huh? Do we need to remap some controls here? Oh no! I hit cancel. All right, we can do this. We can do this. This is totally the intended strategy for this game. I'm okay. We got this. I don't know why I decide that I want to cancel the drone. That's a bad habit. I have to be so careful about my double taps. They ruin everything. We're determined. No, why? I don't understand why I press that button and it grapples. Like, I'm trying so hard to just hit Y and not Y and B at the same time. Yes. Whew. Finally. Whew. Y'all are encouraging me to do things that I don't know that we're supposed to be doing. Oh, I forget these hurt us, these things. But now I don't know if we're supposed to be up here. Like, can we continue? Is the game forever a sequence break now? Ooh, fun. A new any percent strat. I don't think I'm guessing that if people are, you know, running this, that they already know these things. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, I should have just grappled there. Number, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. The plants are jamming too. Yeah. Doing the plant dance. Can we... Maybe this is intended. Maybe they just... This is our vertical now. It might not be as cool as I think it is. It feels like it shouldn't be this way. I'm pressing. I gotta do... Nope. Alright, we'll get it eventually. This is Practice Zone. The developer also composed the music. Yeah, it's wild, I know. I want to do this. Ooh, that was interesting. Oh god, oh god. Okay, we're good. We're good. Muffins, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Hey, cool human. We are doing some stuff with this game. Totally not breaking it. Ooh, shiny. Turbine Pulse. Spinning charged particle blades release discrete pulses of energy. Sounds fun. Ah, I like it. Where's our... Oh, this doesn't have infinite branching paths, so I don't think I can reach this enemy from here. There we go. I'm so afraid to fall. It took me so long to get up here. Okay. Doesn't that look like a thing there? No? Interesting. Oh. Okay. Are we... Okay. So we could have jumped up that way. Can we go down here? Oh, we make a terrible noise. It looks like we should be able to go down there too. Right? Maybe here? No? What about here? Just one of these squares in the wall? No? Whimper plan? Is that what they're called? I don't like them. They're sneaky. I feel like there's a room below this room, but we'll worry about it later. Let's come back up here. Okay, I don't see anything that way. Nothing. Nothing. Oops, wrong button. We want jump, oops, jump, shoot, this, warp. But then there's definitely nothing to grapple on, right? I feel like I need to wait a little longer to leave the egg. It's not at its full height. Even that, I still don't see anything up above us. Oh, we hit the ceiling! On this side. So then, what if we do this? Oop, nope, not what I wanted to press. No! Oh god. Does this help us get the other squares? No. So... if we made it up here, like, that was all fun and everything, but... now we see where the ceiling is in this room. Which makes me think... I don't know, we gotta go back over to the left anyway, I guess. It looks like there's a room to the right here, too. Yeah. Alright, bye, progress. We know we can go back up there if we need to. Mistake, welcome in, how's it going? Oh, there's a ledge over there? Did we not do that yet? No, we did. Right, right. Oh, this has the blocks that we don't know how to mess with. Good, other than being utterly exhausted from work today, yeah. I feel that. They worked you hard. Man. I was so excited that maybe this was what we needed. Alright, so... let's look at our map. I don't know if we can go this way. I'm a little disappointed. I don't really know where else to go. There must be something with that we can use the address bomb that we haven't found yet, maybe? This area, the squares in the upper left-hand corner of this map, it's blocked by 4 gates. It's like too thick for us to warp through. I'm pretty sure that's what that room is. And then the rest of Iribu we've seen. Right? Yeah. That's what happens to farmers. Utterly exhausted, yeah. Have you tried using the door? This room, the only reason we left a marker is because there's some symbols in that room that I wasn't sure of what they meant. And then there's one door that's unlocked, or that's like, it looks like we can continue down. But it's a room with a bunch of, it's just walls at the bottom. We haven't been able to figure out where to break through to move down that way. Z is completely visited. There could be secrets in all of these, but as far as the map goes, there's only one square missing, and it's just because I can't jump high enough there. May the rats guide us. Oh, those are cute. And then the 2 is an accidental marker. It doesn't actually mark anything. I just don't know how to remove the markers. Actually, safe word, if you know how to remove the marker from the map, I would love to know. That's not a spoiler. Okay, Kur. This area, we've got 2 doors that I do not remember what they are, but we've backtracked there a couple times. I've never seen this game aside from you playing it. That's fair. That's okay. I think you need a power up for that. Maybe. The one long like hallway at the bottom there, we've been back a couple times and I don't know what it is. Oh, that's the one where there's a trail of blocks, a single trail of blocks on the bottom, and then a double trail of blocks on the top. I feel like I don't know why we can't get that, because I feel like we have had enough height and a grapple for a while to be able to grapple to the ceiling and then use the drill to the right. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe we could try it again. And then there's a block on the right that is that room. I know what that room is. There's a door on the left, there's a door on the right, and then there's like a whole bunch of blocks, and we've tried for a while like drilling through that and I couldn't figure out how to break through it. And then the blocks on the top of that part of the map is just another area where it's like too tall, I think. I can't jump that high. Same with the red room. This is the fast travel room. And this is where we are now. Eden. Most of this stuff is just too tall. But now we know how to get extra height. My strategy of following the map and finding all the unfinished squares is failing us. I wish there was a way to see what our last observed line of dialogue was, because we fought a boss and then Ophelia and Elsenova got in a fight. And I feel like we haven't been able to talk to Elsenova since then, and I kind of want to remember what the last thing the two of them said to us was. Because I feel stuck slightly, but maybe we'll go back to Kur and try some things there. This is how we get to fast travel, right? Why don't you want to hang out with me? Why don't you talk to me? What are you? Can summarize the last direction they gave you, I think? Yeah. Because it would have been whatever the dialogue is after the wasp fight. I think I would appreciate that. Just getting a recap of what we were already told. If you have it. Safe word. I don't mind it. Just Otefu, though. This is not everyone's opportunity to chime in with spoilers and hints of things. Looks like there should be a secret above there. Can we get to something from this room? Ooh. Oh, did I? We should probably visit the egg. I didn't even use it. Hello? One thing I love having 2 laptops is I can watch this and do study on your old one. Oh, that's nice, Chai. Yeah, welcome back. They told you that Athetos is above, but that it may be some time before you can reach up there. Okay, I remember that. Yeah. Thank you, Otefu. So we're just gonna have to hang out for a bit longer. I think we get some cool, like, vertical jumpy thing eventually, hopefully. You're on track. Okay. Thy Lord, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Where is fast travel? We just go down and down. Unless I haven't visited the left side of the map. We didn't go back that way. Do we want to check out that long hallway? Not particularly. This is probably faster. Finishing your last hour of work. Nice. Very good. Ooh. Oh, I have the wrong weapon equipped. Although we haven't tried this against too many enemies yet. Could be fun. Could be a good time. I think we're on... Oops. I think we're on track 2. It's just gonna take some legwork. Happy to work. I made a breakthrough for the code I was writing for KSP Randomizer after a missing minus sign in some statistics code I wrote. Breakthroughs are good. I like to hear that. Congrats. Don't trust any of these walls. Feel like this is a secret. Nope. Do you go through walls? No, but you do that. The source, I was getting an approximation from forgot a minus sign. Oh no. That's kind of a pain. Oops. Is there something oh no. Take too long with this. Can we go over there? No? Okay. Whew. We didn't really explore this room. We could do that. I think I remember this room, though. Oh, that made a weird noise. So many noises that I think are gonna be clues for things, and then they're not actually, but that's okay. No. I think you take just as many hits in that form as you do as missing no. Oh, this was the item we got. This was the item and the power-up. Fierce battle from behind a wall. Oh, what are you doing down there? I think I remember you being down there. Weird. Whatever. Okay. I think that's all we wanted to do here for now. We're going back to Kur is the fastest way. It's just to go all the way to the right with the fast travel, I think. Is it Kur? Kur? I don't know how to say the map the way that they want me to. I don't think there's a pronunciation guide, but there is a documentary, which we will be watching after I finish the game. Course, that's it. Brilliant. How did you come up with a name such as this? Oh, I wonder how long it is of a documentary. I didn't think to look that up, but we'll figure it out and decide when and how the best way for viewing it will be. Ah, yes, our favorite music. It's 25 minutes. Oh, that's pretty, that's manageable. That's shorter than the Outer Wilds one was. We'll probably just watch it in the Discord like we did for Outer Wilds. It'll be a good time. I just sort of kind of started jumping up here. But we want this lower hallway. That's the thing I decided to come back and track down. We'll see if I regret it. Oh, this is where I wanted to test this weapon. Yeah. Perfect situation for that. We don't get that very often. Oh, it's because we always have to come through here. That's why I hate this room. We've been back through here so many dang times. It's so fast. I do like that aspect of it. Oops. Nice. This room, right here. Why did this not work? Oh, it does work. We must not have had the grapple the last time we came back here. Kovsky, how's it going? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Happy Wednesday. You know what? I think that's enough. Oh, okay, now we can warp if we want to. Wait, so we made it up here. Oh, right. Cool. Progress? Maybe? Oh, I want the Kilber. When I always have it unequipped, I forget that I have it unequipped. I wonder if it was just grapple then. I never remembered to come back after we got the grapple. It's possible. No, come back here. I want this inertial pulse for these. Okay, nice. And now I want to jump on one of these. Kicking all the butt, trying to make some good progress. We did some cool, like, sort of a skip, sort of not earlier, and I was pretty proud of myself, but I don't know that it really helped us do anything. It helped us get an item early that maybe we wouldn't have normally been able to get yet. Oh, can I grapple on these? No. I want to jump on top of them. Oh, there we go. Oh, I guess I shouldn't destroy any of them. Ugh. This is a devil room. There's got to be another way through there. No? Maybe just grapple and not ride on these platforms? They don't come down low enough. No. No, come here. Frick. Oh my god, our health is just completely diminished. This is stupid. Like, I get what we're supposed to do, but they don't come to the spot where I need them to be for me to jump on them. Tunes, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, another Metroidvania. We're really liking this one too. Learned a lot with exploration, be it movement or lore. That's true. We got a big lore chunk, and we got the translator. Don't bop me off the top of this thing. Just leave me. Leave me be. The Kilver. So those other ones we can take care of. This is so silly. Oh, frick! Who wrote this evil room? There's no way. Our nearest egg is so far away. Can I change this stuff? No? Didn't we used to be able to glitch the pink goo so that I could stand on it? Heck you. Gonna lurk while you work. Sounds good, Tunes. Yeah, I hope you're doing well too. It's always good to see ya. Have a good lurk. Zero, hi, welcome in. How's it going? I wish we could grapple. Okay, why did I not do this sooner? We're gonna die though. Everything in that pit wants to kill us. I like that we're safe in the goo if we are inside of that little red egg. Nope, that's not the button I meant to press. Okay, but we lured some of those enemies down here and we died. But that's okay. We will come back through that hallway with more knowledge. I think this is the egg close to the fast travel room. A relaxing room we've got here? Totally. Xenosaga, welcome in. How's it going? Looks like a cross between Metroid and Castlevania. Huh, funny you should say that. I would consider it to be one, yes. I wonder if the egg below that room that we were in is probably closer. A Castleoid? Yeah. That's the official genre. Yeah, I got nothing. We're just gonna try again. Same brain, Hylian. Yeah, let's go get the egg below us, even though I hate climbing through this room. I'm just gonna do it. Falling through the room, fine. Easy peasy. Let's try again. Leave me alone, laser beams. I don't care to get to know you. Good enough. This is the wrong room. I want to do this again because it was really satisfying. Oh, one survivor. Oh yeah, we used that in here. It's kind of handy. Pew, pew, pew. Nope, nope, nope. Forget it. Just let me through. Oh, is this gonna keep shooting at us while we're doing this the whole time? Oh, come on. This is stupid. Whew, we're back here. Do we have Kilver? The chanting's not disturbing at all. I'm used to it for this area now. This music is just, this is where we live. Oh, that's not what I meant to press. No. They don't give you any way around this pit of despair. So last time we did use this to get rid of some of these, maybe? Okay, nice. But they all knock you off of the edge. I just need to get on one of them and like shoot a drone instead. Oops. They put it right there where I'm gonna bonk my head every time. I hate it. I'm afraid. Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. There's a thing up and to the left that it looks like we can get to. But I have to survive this part. Oh, yes. Thank God. This is like platformer button pressing. Wait, this is a dead end? As far as like remembering what to do in each of the rooms, you know? Okay, so it's not over here. Hey Redbeard, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, we're back at it. We'll be playing this one for a while. As long as it takes, I guess. Somehow you believe I cheese that? Nah. That's the intended strat. Has to be. There's an item in here, maybe? Otherwise, why does this room look like this? We have found a new gun. We found 2 new guns. The Verge and the Turbine Pulse, just today. I want to take care of any of these enemies that I didn't turn into platforms because they're gonna bop me off of the top of the platforms. What's your favorite of the 2 new ones? The Verge, this one that we're using. I like the long distance pew-pews. Okay, now we're over here. What is the purpose of this room? Just splashing around in poison water, I guess. Don't knock me off the top of this thing. Come on, be nice. We're stuck here. We live here now. Come on. Oh, God. Why do you want to be in this corner so badly? Please just take us up. Oh my God. Okay, great. There, that looks like a thing over there. Take me that direction. I wonder if we're gonna have to drill? Or maybe it's just part of the room. Oh, rip. Nope. Not the button I wanted. Forget this. Hey, Super Ammo, how's it going? Welcome in. It says that that's the end of the map there, but we didn't find anything in this room. I don't know. That was like the worst place for the music to cut out too. We'll come back, I guess. It was perfect, yeah. We're having a frustrating time of figuring out what to do next today. I want to go to the egg again, I guess. Just 'cause. Had no idea this was a Metroidvania. It looks great. Yeah. It's got really different items and ways of movement, stuff that like I haven't really seen before in Metroidvanias, and that's what a lot of people have been commenting on that have come in that have either played it before or were one of the people that recommended it to me. Right now I'm kind of concerned that they're messing with my usual methods of Metroidvanias and that there's something like different going on with the map. And I don't like that. So I'm worried about that room, but we left it behind for now because it was too much of a pain, so I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe we will suffer. There's some more stuff maybe we can do. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this little drone is confused. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet is taken a stream break, so I think we're gonna get to this egg and take a quick break. Grab a snack, stretch. Oh, this isn't an egg though. There is one coming up. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. No. Just getting very, I don't know, I guess impatient with some of these rooms. Things that it feels like we've figured out before, but we're having to redo. They haven't given us like a shortcut for them. I know, we were gonna break. I thought about taking a break at 2 hours and then I forgot. I don't know what we were doing, but I got very distracted. Whew, egg. We made it to the egg. Alright, friends. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna take a stream break and I will see you very soon. Welcome back, humans. How's it going? I hope you had a good break. I was about to say hello, and then the music did its abrupt cutout, and I didn't want to scare anyone, so I hope that helped. Hi, friends. I had a nice snack, and we're gonna get back into the game. Let's do this. I needed to step away from a bit, away for a bit. Now we can jump back in. I hope you've been jamming out to the music here. We're chasing down a couple of what feel like really small things, but we're gonna see if we can progress. Thanks, friends. Welcome back. Yeah, to all of you as well. I'm just nervous that the map tells us where there's a wall, and now maybe that's not the case anymore. Maybe there's places we can get through that we didn't think we could before. I don't know. We're gonna find out. We got the rest of that room though. That's nice. I feel like this egg launcher thing is a game changer for 100%ing the map. I wish all of the different oh, what are they called? Veruska? I wish all of them were labeled on the map so you remembered who you were walking past every time you walked past one of them. We tried this though, right? This room makes no sense to me. None whatsoever. Like, I don't know if it's the control stick. I keep... Maybe just because it hits the ceiling and it doesn't want me to fire it directly straight up. Alright. I don't know that that's it. Let's go left. So noisy. this is how I want to go, right? Yeah. It feels like there should be a thing directly to the left up top as well, but there's not. Okay. Take a break from the loud music for a bit. Oh, I forget how to do this area. We can get up out of here, right? Yeah. Maybe. Anyone plays Battlefield 1, it's free with Twitch Prime loot. Interesting. I can't say that I do, but that's helpful for... What is the loot like those notifications you get on Twitch sometimes? That there's a loot drop? I thought if that was someone doing like a promotional stream. It's a free game? Nice. Okay, we're back here. Why did that not work? No. There. Too many buttons. We're trying to go to the top of this room. Yeah. Oh, God. Switch my weapon on me. No. Oh, I didn't press that. I don't remember how we did this before. Oops. Like the Battlefield games recently got into Overwatch, like them better than COD. Nice. Yeah, Overwatch is fun. I'm not into super realistic first-person shooter based on like, I don't know, war scenarios of our time, but Overwatch is enough sci-fi fantasy for me that I can dig it. Oh, that went smoother than I thought. I think we gotta go up one more. No, that's where that item was before. Okay. Can get pretty gruesome, yeah. And it's like the noises of it mostly too. Oh, that looks like... Oops, shit. Well, whatever. Like, I've talked about it very briefly a couple of times. I used to play PUBG with friends, and it was okay with a squad, but if I played by myself, like, it goes from completely quiet to, you know, gunshots and bombs and all kinds of things pretty quickly. It was too much. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't play any of those by myself. I never ever play Overwatch to like practice when I'm not playing with a group of friends. Love this chill tune. This music's good, yeah. Hi Mom the Human, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Glad you could join us. We're making good progress. I feel like I just want to check all of these ledges now. Okay, this room, so did we? I think we tried to do stuff in here and we hadn't figured out how to throw the drone correctly. So this is good. We got a note from the High Priestess. We have retrieved what remains of your belongings from the silo. The old machines are yours. The clergy await your instructions. You have free reign to either redeem or condemn yourselves. Choose well. Eshenima. And that seems to be the top of that room. Oops. I only play Overwatch with friends, never play by myself. Same with Battlefield. Yep, exactly. It's Star Wars, and I love Star Wars. Fair. I mean, this is fun. Oh, this room. Yeah, this was what we couldn't figure out. But I still don't think we can break that, but we can glitch through. Okay. Oh, God. Weird noises incoming. Oh, is this song gonna be lit too? All the songs are so good. Are you a terrible foe? When was the last time I saved? E-Kur-Mah is the name of this area. Cool. You're a terrible foe. Oh, and I can't glitch you. And I can't do that to you. What about this? Ooh, that worked. Stay over there. Okay, that's not working clearly. Oh God. Oh, why are we crouching so much? How many hits do you take? Oh! Okay. One down. This is called Occlusion, has a bit of Hotline Miami vibe to it. Amazing one person made this whole game. It really is. It really is. Ooh, not high enough. It's okay. I don't think there's anything up there yet. Maybe? We could probably grapple over there. Oof. I think I struggle a lot with the grapple, accidentally double tapping out of it as well, but we can work on it. We'll get there. Oh, come on. No. It's like every time I want to do the warp thing, I don't, and every time I really shouldn't do it, it decides it's time for me to warp. Like, I feel like it's slowing us down by half. Come on, hands. Come on, controller. Okay. Clean off the controller really quickly. See, I didn't want to do a dash there. I do like this song. Oof, saved it. And that is why we went up here. I'm guessing there's more to do down there, but I'm gonna try to stay safe for now. So now I need to learn why it is that this reflector damages these guys. Why are they vulnerable to this? And not some of the other weapons. Can I hit you with a Kilver through the wall? Oh, okay. I can. My favorite. We'll come back for that other room later. I'm gonna practice using the grapple. I'm not good with it. Kilver forever, yeah. Love that thing. Ooh, fancy. Okay. Must have to come back for that. Oh, hi. You're mean! Oh, but you gave me health. Oh, I can't. Whatever. Yeah, stay right there. No, 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 stay behind that wall. Oh. Trav, hi, welcome in. How's it going? I'm nervous to jump too high and too far and like aggro something that I don't want to yet. Happy Wednesday indeed, yes. I hope you're having a good one. Whew, we found a new area to explore after some struggle. We arrived here. I gotta do these at an angle. Yeah. Ooh. I feel like Kilver is gonna work better here. Just go for it. Oh, no, 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 not two of you at the same time. Okay, run. Oh, except I might... Oh, egg. Worth it. I was like, I might want to kill one of them and get some health, but this is wonderful. Now I can explore this bottom right-hand corner if I want to. Oh, you're smart. You know to go around corners. They remind you of Metroids. They don't, like, suck the life out of you, but, they've got kind of that Metroid-y shape, I guess. Oh. No, go this way. There we go. Take so many hits. Ooh, hi. Are you gonna get stuck on that ledge? Ooh, you are stuck, but your bullets are not. It's fine. I'm hoping there's a power-up over here. Same vibes, yeah. There it is. The land of civilized kings. The land of civilized kings, spoken of with reverence in poem and song alike, is often described as our motherland, our birthright, a promised kingdom. It is this one's opinion that the land of civilized kings is none other than Sudra itself. In a time of former glory, the old machines, those perennial tokens of bad fortune, were our one-time salvation, eternal harvest, eternal happiness, eternal life. How did we learn to fear such things? Human nature. We are trained to expect bad to follow from good, like night following day. We have an instinct not to drink too deeply of the sweetest nectars, and sometimes this instinct swings to the other excess. It is time to stop speaking of the land of civilized kings and the long-lost dream. It was never lost, it is simply waiting for us to wake up. Lore. The lore. We can read some of the notes now, yeah. Gosh, what else has happened? We just have a bunch of new weapons, and we can translate some things. And we figured out a little bit better how to use the drones. Why is drilling down so hard? Looks like that's a path right there. Quality lore, yeah. Half lurking, you're good. You never have to apologize for that, Chai. Absolutely not. It's totally fine. I feel like a lot of people watch Twitch and lurk and play games, and you're doing it right. Okay, this one doesn't have a fun surprise. I like this part where we get to use our drill a lot. Oh, of course. Hey, Intensive. Of course. I'm glad you all like lurking. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Hi, lurkers. Checking in on y'all. I think, our friend Kaz has a channel point redemption for checking on the lurkers, so don't forget to hydrate and stretch too when we take our little self-care breaks. Ooh, hi. Oh, we already had this equipped. Okay. Well, it only works for so long. No, 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 no. Your blasts hurt a lot. Okay, well, some of these had goodies and some of them did not, and that's okay. Does anyone else give names to characters? Oh, interesting. I don't know that I do. I'll let you know if I have a voice that comes to mind when I think of Trace talking. Oh, it looks like there's a goodie on this side, maybe? So many blocks to destroy. No, nothing? Did I destroy it with my drill? I know, we're digging. This is Minecraft. This is Terraria now. I don't want to trap myself down here, but I want to dig all the squares. I can't help it. I don't know what kind of voice Trace would have. Who has a really good sass voice? So much sass with Trace. If I'm saying it out loud, I always do, but in my head I find it hard to make a specific voice. Ooh, what was that? Sudran Key. Oh, this is important. I was gonna say I just find it very hard to separate from my own voice. Maybe I don't imagine voices like that. Is there a way that I have to use this key? Or will it just happen when the time is right? It looks like it'll just happen when the time is right. Okay. We got a thing! Indeed. Fascinating. This area is cool. Stardew, that's one of the only games my brain thinks of voices for different characters. Oh, nice, Meggie. What are some of your favorite voices then? Like, if you have any examples. So I wonder if we need this key for those blocks that we couldn't get around before. Oh, interesting. Is that all that's up here? Is this just a short little... No. No, there's still more. Okay, and it looks like there's a single block in the middle. To the left here. Or maybe down from here. Interesting. Look at this pillar, how centered it is. I wonder if there's a way to go down from here. Suspicious. Okay, let's go back to the egg though. Used to do it with Night in the Woods. After seeing some Let's Plays, all I hear is, what is LPers? Not RPers, but LPers. I don't know what that means. I should. Oops. Oh, I keep hitting the wall. Let's Players. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. it's right above here. Huh. I don't know that we've gotten to any secrets from an egg room yet. Ooh. I'm not sure. Ooh. Jen, please. This is not a viable strategy. I just really don't like the grapple. But I also don't like when it changes our weapon when I do that. Did it again. Did it again. Wait, so we did want to backtrack through here? Oh yeah, I guess so. Okay. I think the music in here is really cool. It's not a bop, but it's like this awesome, ominous situation. Hi. Oh! Woo! Spicy! What about here? Can we get to it from here? No. This area has some of my favorite music in the game. Great for setting the tone, definitely. It's just got such a cool vibe to it. Where are we? Oh, we're down there? Are we supposed to be able to see certain things? Oh no, I might be stuck. No? This is weird. So we can jump this whole wall, but it really doesn't like it. Now we're up here. I don't think we're supposed to be able to do this. We're in this square, like right above my webcam. When you ask secret a glitch, I don't think this is a secret. Unless we get an item later where you can like see hidden walls or something. But look, the way that we jump up this central column, there's no way. It like completely stutters. Is doing 80% with glitches? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's a glitch, right? That was fun. Wait, is that only that central column, or is it all the walls like that? Oh, I don't know. Oh? That one does it too. Weird. Whee! great. This is my fun, new favorite part of this game. Oh, this opened that door. I don't want to leave this area. It's got cool new tricks. Look, we can fast travel through this room. More power! It's only these gray blocks next to these tan blocks. And now we're stuck here. It's way too fun. For some reason, this music is calming and making me sleepy. It's a little bit sleepy, I feel that. It's good music. I hate to leave this area, but we gotta peace out soon. Oh no, we just... Hang on. We just gotta go to a new section of this area. That hopefully still has this music. They have so much health. Same with Outer Wilds. Sometimes reading the text or dialogue, I hear it in Major Wellen's voice, because hers was the first Let's Play that you saw. Nice. Have to remember for when you have insomnia. It's a good track. Someone said this track is called Occlusion. Oops. We're not for the buzzy intro. I could see it on someone's meditation playlist. I keep jumping up there because I'm trying to shoot down at this enemy. Oh well. Actually, can I not send you through here? Actually, can I not send a bunch of these through here? Whoa, what the what? Okay, forget that. I was gonna try to send... it doesn't matter. Wellens was one of the ones I saw do Night in the Woods. I don't know that person. I'll have to check him out sometime. Okay. I'm guessing the floor can kill us here. Not necessarily. I wonder if this... Yep, this was locked before. Okay. Ooh. New track. Slightly more intimidating. Oh. I like this weapon against those guys, but I need to switch to Kilver when they start approaching me. This one's Occlusion Lens. I'm into it. Ooh, what is that? Is that an enemy? Or just a decoration? Oh, hi. Oh, we're getting lucky with the health drops. We could get above these enemies. Oh no. They can't shoot up. Yeah, this is so good. What the heck? Oh no, I glitched. Is this an egg room? Yeah, my egg instinct is strong. Ooh, here we go. This is so great. Oh my gosh. Just having the time of my life playing this dang game. They made it into a rave. Alright, I don't think I need to be a bug over here. But I want to check everything for bugs. Ooh. Oh no! Well. Wait, I have a solution for these. Miss Raves? Oh my gosh. I was supposed to go to Electric Forest 2020 and it didn't happen. Not a rave, but a festival. And now I'm like, I don't see myself going to like a big crowded dance thing for a long time, which is too bad. But I will have my own dance party to this song in my house. How do we think we get to that? Ooh, that looks suspicious up there. I never remember that this thing, like... Okay, hang on. Calm down. Hey Ranks, how's it going? Had a dream I was making an indie movie about rain, and you were the lead? What? Love the game, own it. Haven't played it yet. The music means some serious business. Yes, it's good music. Definitely play this game. And welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I don't know how to get up to that, so I guess we're gonna leave it for now. I don't like leaving it when it's right there. I feel like we should be able to get after that item. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. Ooh. The theme of today's playthrough is, oops, I didn't mean to press that. It just keeps on happening. I wonder if we drop onto that from above? Gotta be one of these little spots. There's a reason I was trying this before. Oh, you know what? Maybe we have to come back. I feel like at some point we get like, oops. What am I doing? At some point we get an item that lets us warp through more than 2 parts of the wall, I think. But I could be wrong. We're getting wild with this drone technique here. I feel like it should be this ledge under here. I don't know. I don't know how to get that. We'll come back. We'll come back. I need to leave it alone for now. Oh, let's use a marker because now I can replace that marker that I didn't want to use before. It goes right here. No, I don't need that. I want to set reminder 2. Nice. Oh, wait, where did the other one go? It didn't ask me if I wanted to get... You have multiples of 1 and 2? Oh, it's for each section of the map? Oh. Okay, cool. Now we know. It was a great dream. The crew and cast were super passionate about making it, and we're shooting in a month where it was heavily raining constantly. Nice! No. Nope. Nope, we keep bonking our head. I just like being that little drone far too much, I think. Oh, there's nothing up here. Da-na-na-na. Okay. Hello. Scary gold enemies. Feel the wrath of the Kilber. And please drop health afterwards. Thanks. Buddy Bot's wonderful. I wish more games had such a good Buddy Bot. Yeah, Buddy Bot is very powerful. With the teleport now. Oops. Not doing so hot. I want to keep fighting you in case you drop health, but we're just gonna take more damage along the way. Oh, okay, good. Egg. Well. Whew. This has 2 exits here. Exits? Oh no. Why can I not? Because I'm changing the controls too early? What? Come on. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I said it and then I felt regret. Ooh, where does this link up with? Oh. I know exactly where we are. Now it's gonna show us where this was that we couldn't find this whole time. Oh, is it because it's a wall on the other side? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I feel less bad about not knowing how to get through that room. Why is there randomly just grass here? Is it above something? Above a fountain or an oasis? I don't think this hurts you. No, I'll just stick to the Kilber. Feeling when rooms finally get solved. Good feeling. Very good feeling. Started playing Super Metroid for the first time, and this totally looks Super Metroid, just more stuff in a good way. It is a love letter to Metroids 1 and 3, as we have been told. And I'm happy to share. Very heavily Metroid inspired, absolutely. How are you liking Super Metroid so far, Ranks? Okay, nice. Ooh! Little hoppy bug! Wait. Isn't that just a moving bush? S-K-A-R? Why are the bushes talking to us? Okay, I guess we'll... Oh, it's you again. I remember those enemies. Why was it spelling things at us? Don't answer that, but why? There's stuff up this way. Okay, that's the top of the room though. If I shoot this and become a bug, it undoes the map for us. Good to know. I think we've seen that many times by now, but I hadn't done like a isolated test of it. I also really enjoy the drone as a safety net. Like, oh, I wonder what's over there. Oops. Show me your letters. I-S-K-R-T-E-H? Why? Okay, I just wanna... Oh, they're so quick. Oh, you heard a lot. You heard a lot. You're probably gonna die. Did we go to the bottom left-hand corner? Oh, we can't. Okay. I really like it. Watching you is actually what made me finally play it. Nice. It was one of the games you see as a kid you don't understand, so it feels impenetrable your whole life. Then you grow up and realize, oh, there's exploration in maps. That's kind of the point. Yeah. No, I feel the same way. I had never played any of the Metroids and honestly would not have played Hollow Knight had it not been for streaming. Hollow Knight made me realize I love the genre, and then we had to go back and, you know, play how everything started. Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Was scared of Super Metroid for a while. It is... Oh no. Hang on. We're gonna die! Okay, well, that got very chaotic very quickly. It is a scary game. It's a horror game. And, like, it's intimidating. You hear about the big map and you hear about different aspects of it. I don't know. There's a reason I didn't I didn't touch it until I was 30, so but people grew up playing them and got to like grow with the series and stuff. That's pretty cool. I need to find a better way to fight you. Oh, and I need to pay attention. Okay. Everything is respawned. Focus. Metroidvanias tend to be a bit intimidating and scary. Most of them literally want you to get lost and everything wants to kill you. I like that. Oh god. Oh, what the heck? That was so weird. It like followed us back up here. I like that they test my sense of direction. I love all the stuff with maps. Ooh, shit. And remembering like which rooms look like which thing, and like I don't know. Yeah, I just really like maps. I think right below here is where there's just a bunch of them. They're hidden like bushes. No, this is a different enemy down here. You're so sneaky. Whee! Those drain us so quickly. Oh, shit! No, what the fuck? What is happening? How do they, like, latch onto us? It's like they teleport with us. That was so weird. Do not like... Yes. Min, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Have you watched Map Men? No. What is that? I've always loved exploration games as a kid. I was always a Banjo-Kazooie type of exploration. Give me a list to collect and I'll spend hours accomplishing it. Hollow Knight was what got me into the genre of the whole thing at 30. How about that? Yeah, similar stories. There you go. Also a huge, you know, Banjo-Kazooie fan. You know this about us on the channel. We played through it. Had a blast revisiting it. What are these things in the background? These are kind of odd looking. I want the bush to spell things for us again. I-S-K-A-R-T. Wait, should I be writing that down? Maybe? Just in case? I feel like it's giving us the same letters every time. I'm looking at them. I-S-K-A-R-T-E? E-T, maybe? Okay. I'm suspicious. Mapmen is a series by Jay Foreman on YouTube, very comedically presenting fascinating information about maps. Jay Foreman and Mark Cooper Jones are the Mapmen. Gotcha. Banjo-Kazooie is still one of my favorite games. It was the first game I got with N64 back in the day. Yeah. It's very nostalgic, very good. That game and Ocarina of Time were two games my dad spent more money on me renting the games than if he just bought them for me. The realization is how I came to own them. Gosh, if we had just bought Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, I rented that all the time, and Snowboarding Kids, oddly, I loved renting that game. We rented, I feel like we rented Wave Racer a lot too. I finally own that one. Good times. Oops, shoot. Wait, I'm gonna die. Why are our low health beeps so violent? I-S-K-A-R-T-E-H. Something. N-Z? Oh, there's so many. I don't know if I need to write this down or not. Kirby 64 is so good, my favorite Kirby game. The music is forever etched in my brain. The music, the first time I played it after not having played it for, God, I don't know, 10, 15 years, maybe even 20. Like, I think it's the second level, the one that looks like fall colors with the painter character. Oof, so good. All the nostalgia feels hit me. And there's that mini game at the end where you like jump across the blanket. I love the music in that part. We're gonna die in this area again, and I'm not happy about it. Love that game so much, played the hell out of it. We played it for 2 streams, maybe only 1. It was a good time. It was a good replay. It gets really hard later on. As a kid, I had only ever made it through like the first few zones. I never made it past certain areas. I think we got stuck when we played it on stream. We got stuck on maybe the lava boss. I can't remember. Some really difficult boss. Well, felt really difficult to me. Can we not get that part of the map? Is it too far away? Feels like we should be able to. Ooh, it feels like the noise it's making, we're flatlining. 100%ed it at one point was certainly a trek, yeah. All of the secrets. What were the secrets that you had to go back? Well, just getting all the crystal shards was hard enough. Okay, we can handle this. Can we use this thing facing up like that? It's cool. This one's a bit faster than the Kilber sometimes, and farther away. Oh, I see why they changed the low health beeps. Now it matches the music. The true final boss of Kirby 64 was so unsettling the first time I encountered it. It's 100% a lot of hidden shards and hard to get. I admire your dedication. That was not an easy game to 100%. Zap, 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 zap. Somebody drop health, yes. What's this suspicious looking thing? Huh? 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 Ooh. But what is this for? I don't know. Secret? Shortcut? Whatever. Never played Wave Racer because another dad memory. We would go to Chuck E. Cheese almost exclusively and try to beat Hydro Thunder. Got to the final stage once and beat it. I don't think I ever went back. Nice. Yeah, we might have been able to shortcut from above. I think that was maybe it. Oh, Jen. This is very clumsy. Oh, thank God for you dropping health. I like that the health just sits there. It doesn't disappear. Oh, yes. Good. Oh. Is there another one? Maybe? No. You? Yeah. It's jumping and shooting. Oh, we were talking about the map though. I feel like Metroidvanias reward you for having a, like, keeping track of your sense of direction and for being cautious and doing all the dumb stuff that you see me do, like, okay, let's try to fight the enemy from behind the wall so that we don't take damage, because we're gonna get lost if we have to come back here again without knowing where we are. And with Hollow Knight, it was just constant reward for, like, not dying if we could help it because of the whole bench situation, because of the Dark Souls aspect of it. Okay, there's gonna be an item in here. Just wanted to check all of this. Suspiciousness. Dark Souls, though? I can't get behind it. You all got me to attempt it, at least. But it wasn't for me. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Hollow Knight is Metroidvania genre at its best. Truly one of the best games ever made. Oh, I love to hear it. It's so good. So, at some point, are we gonna get, like, a drill upgrade? Is that what we're about to pick up so that we can drill things from behind walls? I feel like that has to be coming. We haven't had a drill upgrade since we got it. Oh, except... Oh, trench coat upgrade! New outfit! Look, it's all rainbow and cool. Da-na-na-na-na. I have to change the stream title. Thoriel, welcome in. How's it going? We got the red coat. Double tap to teleport. Damages tiles and enemies in your path. Oh my gosh. Too good. Ooh. Snazzy coat, yeah. Such a good item. I love it. We can get some stuff that we couldn't get before. Huh. And this is a dead end, right? Supposedly. You got mobility! Harnessing the power of squares, indeed. Is this gonna still allow me to double jump the way that I like to? Well, I don't know. How's your trip through E-Kur-Mah? That was... Oh, it was okay. I love the music here. And those gold enemies we did all right with. I think we have a lot of health. We've stopped for many pickups. Is there a way for me to check my item completion, or is that only in the save menu? It looks like it's only in the save menu. This is cleared out for now. Okay, cool. Wait, were these blocked to us before because we didn't have as long of a jump? I didn't even realize that. That was such an unexpected noise, even though... Oh, weird. We get that noise all the time. that we can glitch through here. I want to know why those blocks are breakable. Oh well. Look how far we dash now. Oh, I hate all these little hidden green enemies. Yes, just hop over top. That green thing, we're never gonna survive it. This, I don't... Nope. I don't understand why we can't go through this part of the map here. Baffling. Truly baffling. What are these enemies called? These are awful. I really don't like them. Oh. As I get destroyed by one. Oh, we were gonna test that. Okay, now we know. Ooh. Can I reach you from here? You're gonna cause trouble. Ugh, whatever. How do I get back up there? Like that. And these, we learned about these weird spelling enemies. I-S-K, oh. All right, I thought you were gonna stay down there. That's fine. There's something going on over there that's funky. I just don't want these to hurt us. There we go. Here, can I go through here? There's something weird going on with this block below us. I don't like it. Okay, we can't drill it. Can we go up through the bottom of it? I thought that was what we tried. This. I don't know. Very strange. All right, whatever. And this isn't anything here. No. I guess some of this stuff that I keep testing, like, if we had known... Ooh. Ooh, hi. It was a thing, then it would have been drillable, and I've tried drilling most everything. Oh, we're gonna die. No, don't change my weapon. Alright, whatever. Oh, no? Okay, fine. Let's go back to the egg. Suspicious. Everything is suspicious. I don't know how we would... I guess we'd have to fire it straight up, yeah. Oh god. Forget it. So, I think we're gonna end up doing just another, like, full loop back up through this area. Because we have this ability now. I think we do want to come back to Kur. Do we? Maybe not. Let's keep moving. We've been using this a little bit more. In some situations, it's been really helpful, but not this one. Yes, stay over there. You know what we need to practice doing now that we have this, though, is, like, glitching through enemies. Because it damages them. It's almost like Shadow Dash. I don't know how much damage it does. Oh, rip. We'll work on it. Did we check up here? No, nothing. Not that I can tell. Oh, I remember this room. Dang, everything wants you to use the buddy bot. Or so it seems. What is this number 2 gonna be now? I think we can do this. Because we have our new thing. Yeah, okay. Official letter. To High Priestess Elsenova. While we are normally hesitant to recommend any course of action that the Kuliltu may have suggested, we have little choice. We are unlikely to survive this regardless. Give them what they want. Nin Aruna. The lore. Oh, okay. I'm very excited about this dash, but it's a little out of control. No. I want to use it for everything. I want to harness the power of the double jump. What does the most damage against you, do we think? I still really like this thing. Oh no. See, this is when we get into trouble. Oh, it changed. Ah, frick. Kilver takes fewer hits. Thankfully, we're right next to the egg room anyways. Nice. Getting a little better with those. Here's the original track for this area. So good. Oh yeah, this room was a journey. We glitched through like the top of the room though, so we got to skip a lot of the enemies the first time we came through here, which was nice. We took the path less traveled, perhaps. But I think we want to stay in this area a little bit longer. Oh, this means we can go back to that area in E-Kur-Mah, right? Up at the top of there? Because I think it's like one level of wall and then bricks behind it. So I think we have what we need now. Along with our egg teleporting strategies. Why are you not firing down the way I want you to? Weird. That's what I wanted you to do. Thank you. Oh. This is a rude ambush. Oh wait, now I can show you all the thing we learned earlier. Oh, it doesn't let us do it anymore. Once you upgrade to the red coat, we can't glitch through this wall anymore. Sad. Well, it's on the VOD. Trust me, it was super cool. It wasn't that cool. I feel like this is something. Oops. Oh. God. Can I not just stand up there like a normal trace? Whatever. I'm convinced there's something over here. But I don't know how to get it. I like this red coat. This is giving us extra defense too. At this point, what is normal trace true? We are just some kind of entity. Oh, right, this area. Oh, this would have been fun to come over here. Well, whatever. Now that we have the coat, this is like a playground area. But does this give us any new access? I don't think so. Oh, now we're being reckless. Jen, don't be dumb. Oh, frick. Alright, well, there's an egg down here. Oh, no, there's not an egg down here. That's from the other way around. Shoot. What is that? Yeah, we did all this. Alright. Party's over. So then, yeah, that's the loop. We can go back to wherever we were. We want to go back to fast travel room, I think. So much bubble wrap left. Well, we got it all before. But yeah, we left some behind. We're just making our way out of this zone and then... Oops. Yeah, I think we'll go back to whatever it's called. The one with the floating head at the top of the tower. You know? It'd be cool if there was a shortcut out of this. Oh well. Floating head time. Except that's not where we're going. It's the room next to that. That we figured out, but then we didn't have this ability yet. That we, like, sort of kind of glitched our way up there. But maybe that's actually how you're supposed to get up there? Who's to say? Oh, I got one square left. Oh, I fell down here. That's okay. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, we're gonna get it. Oh, no we're not. Well, can we just do it from here? Not if I keep messing up like that. It's over here? It's right above this. Oh no, I'm so... We get very, like, trigger happy with this ability sometimes. Forgive me. I don't know that I can get that one. We'll do a quick save. I gotta be on the lookout for new places I can, oops, use this too. I think we want to come down here. Yeah. Hey Tolas, how's it going? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, come down here. Good progress, good progress. Oh, face plant. It's fine. We could probably go save. Just saving at every opportunity because it helps us out later on. Better today. Yesterday was one of the worst days. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad today is better. We're glad to have you in here. Hopefully it helps cheer you up from your bad day yesterday. That never is fun. Thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for cheering for humanity. Oh, look at this boulder that is pause screened directly towards our head. Oh, that is so helpful against these enemies now? Oh, learning. I said I was gonna glitch through more of them and then I didn't. But I will. Anything else in this corner here? Oh, Chai Latte, thank you for redeeming human kindness for Tolas. Tolas sending human kindness from me to you. I appreciate you. I'm thinking of you. I'm glad you're here today, hanging out with us, sending all the good vibes your way, and you make the community better for being in it. Thank you, Chai. Been spoiled over the years. I can't do 2D side-scrolling platformers anymore. What? What do you mean? What do you mean spoiled over the years? Okay. Raises finger, checks GPS, rock. I'm just gonna hang here a bit. Hard time just doing regular platformers, but I do enjoy Ratchet & Clank for PS4. I can't play the new one. Gotcha. I wouldn't really... I don't know. Are Metroidvanias a subgenre of platformers? I guess kind of. I don't know. I'm not the person to ask for that. This takes us to Eden. Do we have unfinished business in Eden? Not necessarily. But I get what you mean, Tolas. They're all considered platformers. But it's also its own, like, its whole own genre. But I get it. Sorry. Drop something. We're going, yeah, all the way back to E-Kur-Mah. However we say it, I can never settle on the ways that I want to pronounce these maps. Just really expansive and non-linear. Yeah, they're different. I remember what, oops, happened last time we were down here. And it makes me want to take a pit stop and save just because I get nervous that we will die in an unexpected spot. And I don't want to go all the way back to Kur, so we're saving here. And the save is really quick. I like the save. Oops, okay. If I, oh, cool. Can stop you midway. Bye. Okay, we're already back here again. Magus, hi, welcome. Thanks for keeping Max company while we're out having dinner. How was dinner? Always glad to hang out with Max. What's going on? We have a new red coat. We have more fancy items. It's been a good playthrough day today. I feel like we're really getting somewhere. I still feel like the fastest way to the top of this area is the right-hand side. I don't know. Let's try the other way this time, though. J-Pops, hi! Welcome in. Thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. I hope you're having a good Wednesday, J-Pops. How's life? All the hype. Dinner was good. Tried out a local Italian place with Dad. Got his seal of approval. Nice. Right on. That sounds delicious. Feel like I haven't been here in forever. You're good. We've been playing Axiom Verge. It's a cool game. Oh, I remember this room. You're not so scary. I wonder if I still need that to get up there. I guess I don't. Oh. Okay, well now I'm just not using it out of spite. Ooh. RIP. Now I know. My brother getting married tomorrow? Nice! Congrats! After this, it will be settled down and back to slower pace. Yeah, weddings are a bit busy, you know. Totally understood. Alright, this is silly. Animation takes so long. How's the verging of Axiom going? It's good. We're getting little bits of the story and the lore. I'm having trouble like keeping track of everything. I feel like one of these streams I'm just gonna have to sit down and read all the notes and figure out what they mean, because I don't fully understand it. Not ready for my speech. Oh, you're gonna do great. It's been a crazy 2 months, yeah. Having been part of one wedding, my wife and I decided that if we had to do it again, we would elope, yeah. They're a lot. Oh, I get lost in this room, but I think I think we can just go up. Oh! Why did I never come back for you? Oh, because we didn't have the trench coat yet. I never came up this way again. My bad. Yeah, it turned it into a missing no. It's, canon. Either way, it's gonna be recorded. They will appreciate you. You are family. It's all good. Oh, we can glitch you now? Oh, but you're very weird. It like spits health out at you. That's cool. It is Metroid-y, yeah, J-Pops. It is about our character's name is Trace. They're a scientist and they nearly died and they entered another dimension. And now we're exploring that dimension and there's like multiple copies of us. I don't know, it's a lot. I lost track of where we were there for a second. The music is awesome. Yes. Good observation. Hard truth. The music's incredible. I feel like next stream title is just gonna be like Metroidvania Dance Party. I don't know. It's so good. Oh, this is new! This looks different than it looked before. This is scary. I don't like it. No, you look angry. I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, this is so unsettling and weird and cool. All right, here we go. Hey. Trace. Wow. Elsenova? Yes. Drones repaired my body before other Rusalki. Trace, I'm sorry for my reaction earlier. You should not carry blame for Athetos' crimes. Thanks for that sound effect. Okay. Ahead is elevator to breach. Athetos is inside. I do not ask you to kill him, just shut down breach attractor. But he will try to stop you. As always, there's a weak point. Find and destroy it. Once breach recedes, I can help, but I cannot survive in breach, so be careful. Athetos lives, okay? We can lock him up or something, but no killing. No killing. Thank you. So, this is you? I was originally soldier. Does it frighten you? I think I was already at some point beyond fear. Ah, crap. I forgot what I was gonna say. Thanks for apologizing. Please don't kill me again. I won't. Be careful. Athetos is devious. You cannot trust him. I'll keep that in mind. What? Oh, you're so weird and cool looking. Oh my god. Wait, so is this the area that we traveled up? No, that was the area next to us. I think this room we were at a standstill, right? I don't know, it's hard to keep track. Can I go down here now? No. Oh, here. How did we do this? Oh, is this the room with the grapple? Yeah. Hang on, Elsenova. I got something I gotta do real quick first. Sorry. Don't mind me. I think we have to do this. God, are we gonna be able to pull this off again? I don't think so. We did this. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oop, oh, that was close. Okay, we got this. Elsenova, check out my sweet movement tech. I know. I'm like, all right, everything you said about the elevator, it's gonna have to wait. I gotta get up here again. Sorry. Oh, I pressed the B button on accident. It's fine. It's fine. Nope. There we go. Yes. I don't think there's anything else up there. But what was in this room? Is this the one with the weird elevator situation? No, this was the one with the weapon. Okay, I think it's the room to our left that has the door that we were looking for. I think this room, even though we did the really cool movement tech to get up here, I don't think there's anything else to do over here. Is she gone? No. Look how cool looking she is. All right. This is dope. So maybe she doesn't even appear until we get the red coat, because now she knows we can get through this room. It's on the other side. That'll be interesting to talk about later, like which different movement things trigger different story aspects. I feel like that's very Hollow Knight too, because there's certain things that you have to get into the Abyss and, you know, that other place. I can't think of it right now. I can only keep track of the names of places in one game at a time. Okay, the elevator. Are there any secrets here? This is giving very alien abducting us into space vibes right now. What are you? Oop, new music. Dance party. Oh my gosh. Oh, new enemy too. Fun. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I want to stay a little drone. Yeah, let's do it. Ravebot, exactly. I know the name of the track, but it's a spoiler. Oh, okay. Save it then. Don't share it. Thanks. Thanks for not giving it away. Oh, that's not an egg room. Where's the nearest egg? I don't know, we'll go this way anyways. Oh, cool. All the movement tech is cool. Oh, oops. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to be on the right-hand side so I can come up here and get around you. Oh. Well, that's no fun. This still hurts you when you're open. Alright, we're learning. Egg room sense, don't fail us now. I feel like it might have been in that other area. Since we made it all the way up here and... What are you? Oh. It's a blob, and if we touch it, we glitch. These blocks look like powerbomb blocks. Kinda, don't they? Ooh, there's a red room right there. David, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Are you friend or foe? I am blob. Yeah, I don't know what that thing is. What if we blob through it? Okay. This is all very intense right now. I'm gonna go look for the egg room. Oops. We can do this move. Yeah, diagonal. That's what I want. Oh shit. I wanted to. Ugh. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We got this. Egg room. Egg room sense did fail us, but I knew to go back. So I'll take that as a win. Damn, this track is especially hype. It's like you're gonna go fight Athetos. This is a big deal. Is the volume still okay? Oop, that enemy was waiting for us. Nice. Seems good. Okay, with the new tracks, I know we've been playing this for a bit, but I have to ask when we get a new song sometimes, because it gets a little loud. Thanks, friends. Oop. You gonna come down here? No? Oh shit. Okay, well, I wanted to... Sure, do that. This is so odd. There we go. Okay, here's a red door. What? I'm not equipped for this. They said no killing, but... I'm certainly not winning. Oof. We've got a horrible strategy. Oh, they said there's a weak point. We have to learn the weak point. All these little, like, bubbles that are flying at us, I need to figure out, if I just have to dodge that bullet hell or if there's a way to get rid of those. Oh, thanks, Sykes. Oh, this is part of the shirt. It's like a cutout shirt. seem lower than most. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't think you were gonna come through there. Whatever. So what have we learned from that attempt? We learned what some of the fight looks like. I don't know. We learned that Kilver probably isn't what we want to use. But it got us through a little bit of it. The weird silverfish bullets. Oh, I know. Those are really not fun. You're doing quite a bit of damage. It was hard to dodge. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good assessment. Thanks for the belief. If everybody wants to dance... Oh, you can leave whenever you want. If everybody wants to dance party while we do this fight, I feel like it's gonna be a few attempts, but there's no dialogue interruption. We just get to hang out and rave. Can you come in this door as a drone? No. You can't use your drone in the boss fight, and it makes me sad. About something like this. Can we, I want to know if we can destroy the silverfish, too. Does fire hurt you? No. What about these? Not too hard to aim. But these little, like, flames that are hitting us... those are very difficult to dodge. Okay, now we get silverfish. Does this hurt the silverfish? You can't even shoot at those. I'm missing something. I feel like I should just hide in the corner. These hone in on you, though. But can we leave and come back, and does it start over? Just go get some more health. What is this thing? It said there was a weak point. Is this a weak point? Is now the time to go back and read all of our notes and figure out what's going on? I don't know. I don't think so. I want to know if we save and go to the egg, if it like erases all of our progress. Oh wait, rip. You're too far away. Alright, whatever. Oh, I can't make it back to the save if I don't kill that one. That's fine. I feel like it was a valiant effort, but probably not the strategy we want. Okay. Oops. Do you ever come down here? I don't think so. parts. This one is not. I think I was just shooting the drone to get around this one. Okay, there we go. Come on. Come over here. I'm promise it'll be fine. Oh, I double tapped. Whatever. Okay. Strategy. What kind of strategy? The drilly thing? Oh, I don't know. The glass? I don't know. Just one of everything? Just makes all these awful noises. I feel like we're just better off with Kilver. We're not gonna make it! We don't have enough health for this. We're getting hit by every single projectile. Unless we're just supposed to dash through all the projectiles. I'm not good at that either. I don't understand. It's very, very unsatisfying. I wonder if we can just stand in the center. And that's the point. God. Magus, please. It did get red, but not red enough. Oh, that's not fair. Cheap tricks. This still looks like it should be something. Do you follow me down here? No. This is really annoying to get back to the fight. I think you can go to the egg here. If you've cleared everything, it'll stay cleared, but do we want to? I guess. What a pain in the ass, though. Ugh. Oh, they came back. That's stupid. Sometimes it's worked for us and we've been able to keep areas clear, but these ones are particularly annoying. No. Oh, I didn't mean to glitch through that wall. Oh, we were doing so good under that little alcove. Ugh. Getting annoyed with that noise too that they make. I feel like I want to spend as much time in iframes as I can. I think it's still doing a lot of damage on me, but... Oh my god. I don't know how to dodge. Oh! Oh! Stay alive! Those stupid little ones. Okay, it just doesn't have as much... Okay. Whatever. Let's go. Yay! Thanks for the yay! Oh, that was very not my favorite, but we made it. Is there anything over here? Thanks, friends! Thank you! I was surprised that that worked. It's like a obstacle boss, not an actual boss. Ooh, what is this? Do you turn into missing now? You seem more intimidating than the other ones. Oh god. What is happening? Just an absolute rain of bullets. Oh. No. No! Must survive! Nope, we're getting the power up. I think this will refill our health. Yeah. Nope, wrong button. Good. Good riddance. Woo! Iframes, yeah. I guess that helped us. Nice. Egg? No. Sad. Oh, we can get through gates like that now. And this is a dead end room, it looks like. Oh, I thought we could get through gates like this now. Interesting. You didn't see that health node? Semi-Cortex, you gotta go back and get it. I don't know if they let you back in this area. Don't answer that. But you gotta go back and get it. I'm running away. It's fine. Oop, 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 nope. Nope, rip, rip, rip! These are awful. Oh god, and that one came back. You suck. Can I hide in this alcove again? Yeah. And I will, gladly. Oh, I think it makes you slower, slightly. Is this gonna work again? No. Oh, there we go. Cheap tricks. I need an egg room. Why can I not double jump? Oh god. Suspicious. No egg room. Oh, frick. What can I use against you? Oh, well, rip. Not that. I don't know. I can't think of new and good things to use. Just go. Oh, don't grab. Okay, egg. Thank God. I'm like, I can't think of new and different things to do against these enemies. They broke me. Those laser noises broke me. In Kilver we trust. Egg! I feel like my hands hurt from this game. With all the like double tap, and I'm now to the point where we're just randomly grappling because I'm mashing Y and B at the same time. It's not a good look. That's how that room is gonna go. Oh, okay, I thought we could dash up, but I can't do it because it doesn't work with knockback. Not how you would think it's gonna work. Go! Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Oh god, I pressed something I shouldn't have. I'm really trying to double tap up and it's not working. Like, you can hear the controller clicks of me furiously trying to do this, and it's just, my hands are giving out, my brain is giving out. Whew. Okay, well, this was a waste to come up here because, oh well, we'll go back to the egg. I think this is it. I think this is the thing that we came here for. 1 F-bomb per PG-13 stream. Okay, I was getting very frustrated. I love the dash for certain things, but it's just, it doesn't behave the way you want it to in the times when you need it the most. We're going into this with less than half health, it's fine. We're supposed to just be talking it out. No kill, no kill. Demon. Wrong. It's me, Athetos. Obey me. Demon, Athetos say, kill. Well, it was worth a try. Looks like I'm not actually trapped here, so maybe I can just pass through? Yeah, sure, why not? Bye! I wanted to try to glitch you, but it didn't work out. Alright, I'm just gonna take your advice and pass through. Ooh, new music? Lack of music? Oh god. Oh, what the heck are you? F this. Just let me through. Panic mashing. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, I can't. It's too bad. This is stupid with all the lasers. I don't want to do it. I just want to run through this area. I've had enough. Ugh, and none of my cool tricks are working anymore.
Aw, that's so stupid.
Thank you for the appropriate sound effect. Appreciate it. Okay, this one didn't work. No, no! I think if you use exclamation point sounds, you can see the different redeemables, and then they go with your Streamlabs points, so you can do exclamation point points to see how many you have. We're just gonna platformer this. Speaking of platformers, Sutrans need to figure out how disco balls are supposed to work. Yeah, exactly. This room can go away. I wish you could just mash through those and fire a drone. That's what I want to do. Okay, we're in better shape than last time. Although my double tap, once again, not working. This room can just absolutely get lost. No, I pressed the damn button. I don't know what to do. Okay, that one was on me. I don't know if it's all knockback or just some of it's knockback. Ooh, this is a secret here. Oh, it's following me down here? That's mean. Oh, but we did get a power up. Oh, a letter. Drushka's suspicions were correct. Rebirth logs show a man named Athetos came here once before, hundreds, possibly thousands of years ago. Weird. Oh, frick. No, wrong button. No, go. Fuck. No! The curse of hitting grapple when I don't want to. We're done. That's so annoying. I don't want to grapple in any of those situations. We were so close. The door was right there. Come on. That's not what I meant to do. All right, we're probably just gonna have to wrap. I cannot like do anything with whatever is happening here. We're just constantly pressing the wrong buttons. I don't know what to tell you. Here, just die, Trace. So we can start over. there's so little wiggle room, so it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna keep jamming to the music. No, I want the buttons that I'm saying to press to work. I feel like the more I play this, the worse it gets. You can't, like, actually fight in any of this part. You can just run. And we have to be able to move. I don't even, it's like hand fatigue slash over-clicking slash the controller, which the new controller is coming. Yes, it's coming, but it's not here yet. And this one really sucks for this so bad. Like, and we're so close, I'm like, okay, just, you know, we get to the end of this area, this room, but I don't know if we're gonna make it. Right there, too. Like, I don't know why we can't just fire. It's because of the knockback. Fucking grapple. Alright, we'll try again. We have to have enough health to get through this room and whatever else was. Oh, no, we have to have enough health to get through the rotating laser room. But I can't get through that purple room if we keep grappling when we're not supposed to. I forget what I'm supposed to dash over that one. No, fuck. No! I'm really trying to, like, go for Y instead of B. I promise. We're doing our best. Okay, we got to. Oh fuck! I can't go through red doors as a drone. I wonder what happens if you stay in here and fight that thing. Maybe we should. I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to hang out down there. But that thing reminds me of the other variants, but also of Athetos, which is, you know, we're not supposed to kill Athetos. Oh, man. Alright, I think we're gonna wrap. We'll do like one more and then we're gonna be done. I'm so mad. We were so close to the door. I feel like we were getting the hang of those rotating ones, but this is just... It's I don't know. Yeah, wrapping presents, exactly. I feel like I'm self-conscious because I'm like, oh, it's a controller issue. Like, I just want to have fun. I'm not trying to be that competitive with this game, but I can't play it if all the buttons I think are gonna do one thing, do another at this point. When it's like very high stakes. Oh, there's no way I could survive that fight, even if I wanted to. They really need to give you an egg room right here. Would be so cool if they could just give you an egg room, you know? How long have we been going? 5 hours? It's like up that passageway. I don't know how much further. We were right there. Ugh. I just feel like we should have made it. It's not cool. Oh God. What if we, like, send stuff into this room before we enter? Like, it seems to be hanging out in that one place right now. Does this help us at all? Oh, no. You got wise. I'm gonna be camping the door now. Okay. We're just gonna actually have to kill these, which I thought we couldn't, but we'll give it our best. Oh, that was fun. I feel like that should have worked on you. What about this one? No. What about this one? Okay. We're gonna chill and we're gonna do this now. Instead of trying to marathon past all of them. Fine. You'll follow me down here, right? Yeah. These ones don't like circles because they lag. Nice. Okay. We don't have to do it the other way. I don't want to fight this enemy, but I really know. Oh, we're in full drift mode. Oh, that was just great. Thank you, controller. I wish I knew what to do for that enemy. I guess you could leave and come back. Oh, it's so scary. There's so many bullets coming out of it. Oh, fuck. Okay, but these I don't know how to damage. Oh, this was the power-up, right? Right. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, panic. Oh, there's the power-up. I don't know if there's multiple power-ups in this room. Panic. No. Nope. I heard the beeps. Oh, there's an egg here? That's what this was? Oh my god. Ugh. Is there anything on this ledge? I know, I was gonna be so mad if we didn't at least get back to this spot again. Thanks for the yay. We're very salty today, apparently. Oh my god, you have no idea. So is this like a boss room egg? Oh, it's right outside the entrance. They're both right outside the entrance. Die. Can you get these with the lightning gun? Yeah. Okay, so we're learning at least what hurts them instead of just brutally doing drone buddy past them. Ugh. I guess we're saying goodbye to that other fight. Oh, this is intense. Oh god. Oh no. It started firing at us before we even got that dialogue? So it's you. Yeah, it started the fight before we even got the lore. Yes, I've been wondering when you'd come. It's been a long time since I've seen another human. What is this contraption you're in? Are you okay? It protects me from the pathogen. I previously used a much more portable device, but the Rusalki destroyed it. This ungainly machine merely prolongs my demise. Is it true that you released the pathogen on the whole world intentionally? Yes. Then you'd better do some explaining. If I tell you too much, your captors will have to kill you, but try this. Long ago, this world, Sudra, was the doorway to an unrivaled civilization. Like a port on the way to the greatest nation ever envisioned, but the port had a collapse. By the time I came, they barely remembered who they were. They regarded their own technology with superstition and religious reverence. When I first crossed the breach from Earth to Sudra, I was expecting to find enlightenment. Instead, I discovered that they were using the breach to keep out the greater universe. In their superstitious culture, the outside universe is taboo. For this, I do not regret removing the main obstacle in my path. You'd resort to genocide just for that? Imagine millennia of scientific, cultural, and technological progress. A civilization so advanced that our world is Paleolithic by comparison. That is what lies beyond the breach. Death, disease, war, famine, these could become things of the past, but the Sudrans were obstinate. This was forbidden fruit. The loss of a single people, balanced against the whole of humanity, how else could I choose? Well, you did it. You have the breach attractor now. Why not just shut it down? The Rusalki were the flaw in my plan. They are masters of war. If I disable the breach attractor, I free them too. But Trace, with you at my side, we have a chance. Will you help me? Let me think about that for a bit. Okay, I've thought about it. My answer is... hell no, you self-righteous jerk. So be it then. Okay, fun. Do these just keep appearing then? Yeah. Drop health? No? Oh, weird. This is cool new boss music. Can I get to... Oh. Oh, that stops them from regenerating. Oh, I don't love this, but I think I can, like, glitch up through them? Oh, can we Kilver that thing? Oh, this music is so wild. Do you all, like, pick new positions or whatever? This is a foolproof strategy. There we go. Oh, we're moving now. Okay, we need to enjoy the bop. Apocalypse also played for Uruku fight. Nice. Bye, Chai. Have a good night. Have a good day. Take care. Good time zone. Oh, what is that? Okay. What's up, Elsenova? Oh, but it's rebuilt now. The regenerator thing is back. After I painstakingly destroyed it. Oh, and you've got new weapons to use against me. That's not cool. I wonder if these are better against this thing. If I can get close enough. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, what is happening when this goes down? I feel like it's never synced to Twitch when I sing along with stuff. I apologize. Destroy your enemies. Not yet, Fenris. But I am curious about the area song. Maybe when we're done with this fight. I guess. I'm not exactly sure what's going down, other than we keep having to destroy this thing. Because these just keep coming back. Maybe there's something else nearby that I can destroy? We're gonna die. Oh. But those give health, which is nice if we need to, like, take a minute and do health-related things. Oh, can I go through there when that thing is destroyed? Okay, yeah. Ooh. Damn. That music is so good. So, it appears I've lost. Yay! Elsenova, we did it. The breach is gone. I'm sorry, but there's one more thing I need to do. You're gonna kill him, aren't you? I don't know that that's what she's talking about. He can't do anything now. Just leave him. Unfortunately, that's not a chance we can take. This was inevitable, Trace. Do not blame yourself. Athetos. Wow, damn. Okay. That is what she was talking about. So that's it. I'll never know if... I mean, what if he could have been redeemed? Trace, you are not him. He chose wrongly, not you. But now it is time for you to go home. Go home? As the clone of a mass murderer? What's even there for me? Do not worry, we've taken care of it. Oh god. What's happening? I'm suddenly exhausted. Oh, what are they gonna do to him? What did they do to Earth? What was that battle even? I have so many questions. Rest now. Perhaps we'll meet again sometime. Wait, please. Arabu music again, I think, as for what happened next. I was back, but this was different. It was as if nothing ever happened. The laser lab had still collapsed, but I was uninjured and nobody else seemed to think it was strange. I didn't stick around much longer. I tried to go back to my former life, but it felt wrong. I didn't know who I was anymore or where I belonged. I had to get back to Sudra to find the truth of things. I started with what I'd learned there. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. That was all I had left. Ooh. Dang. I don't know what happened. I have to go back and do it again. Thanks, friends. In memory of Max, have my best friend. Mr. Blue, hi. David, hi. That was synced. The song was synced for you. Oh my gosh. Semi, welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your 9-month Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. All the hype. I'm so torn. I'm so confused. I'm so lost. I didn't do it justice. We didn't get all the lore. I thought it was gonna keep going. Is this like the halfway credits? I want to play it again. I feel like I don't know. I feel like you go back and you become Athetos again, and then you come back again and you become Athetos again. But there were all these notes and things to translate that just didn't amount to anything. Do we get to keep playing after the credits? Also, who was gonna say the song name? Fenris, what's the... You can say the song name, yeah. Yeah, safe word. You can reveal the name of that song for that area without place. Questions everywhere. Curious what the sequel's gonna be. There's like a whole stack of codes to input and you get one code. We just really didn't explore enough before the credits? I don't know. I don't get it. And of course, you. Us. The sequel looks quite a bit different. Oh, hi. Hello. Ominous. Red coat-clad body. Stats. Oh, I don't think they're gonna be very good. 71% of items. Ooh, 92% of map. Okay, I'm happy with that. Death count 76. I'm gonna screenshot it. Oh, is it gonna let me? Probably not, but I'll screen cap it in OBS. This music. I just love the music of this game. You're not letting me save my file? No? There we go. We're calling it Axiom Verge. So this was only day 4? We finished this in 4 streams? Oh, it stopped. I clicked out of it, I think, on accident. Mar-Uru is the name of that section of the map, and this takes you back to the egg, right? The scary egg. Yeah. So you're telling me there's no way to read these? Is it supposed to be that the sequel like tells us more of the story? Is there another, there must be another translator that we missed then? That you can answer all of those. I don't know how much I'm gonna wanna go back. I mean, and like dig through the map more than we were, because it felt like we were gonna get to a new part of the map. And we still have another, like, those 4 bars of, like, gates that we can't phase through. Which means there's an item or a coat to be able to do that. There's another translation code. I feel like we have to come back and do it at least one more day and try to find some of the stuff that we didn't get. Because I feel like I have no idea what happened, other than it's some ancient civilization. And then I didn't fight that other boss. I probably should have fought that boss. We could do that from here pretty easily. We can start with that. Except that boss was terrifying because it was absolute bullet hell. I don't know. That's the first time when I've gotten credits in a game that I'm like, oh, I wasn't ready. Like, I don't know. Like, I get that you can finish and beat Hollow Knight and other Metroidvanias. I'm using Hollow Knight as a marker. I apologize. But you can beat it and not have anything and be like 20% of the way through the game, 40% of the way through the game. And you still get like a decent grasp of the story, but I feel like you know that you didn't see a lot of areas maybe. But this is like, I saw 92% of the map and got 70% of the items. And I don't know. I just felt like there was gonna be more. The initial resolution is lacking. I gotta go back in and do all the other stuff and then it'll be more satisfying, I guess. And I think they lead you into this like false, well, there's gonna be more because I haven't translated these notes, so I'm gonna go to this boss fight anyway. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. Those are my thoughts. You had the same feeling? And there's so many instances of like, you go into a room a red room, a boss room. It happens, what, 2 times? Maybe 3 times? When you go into a boss room and you don't fight a boss. And you're like, oh, okay, so some of these are actually just like story markers and like plot points along the way. So here I was like, maybe this is a story progression thing. No, that was the end. Yeah, we beat it, Mikey. We got 92% of the map. And 71% of items. But it doesn't save after you finish, so we'll have to go back. I don't know. How do you all feel? Let's turn some other music back on. Your reaction is normal and expected? Okay. I'm not the only one. What a good game, but like they really prey on your desire to 100% the map and 100% the items. They're like, I don't know if you want it all. Like, how bad do you want it? You were frustrated for quite a while. Yeah. Okay, and now, I mean, now we're playing the second one. Obviously, we have to.